Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Flying with Mike. Now we're sitting on the line and getting ready for a little bit of a longer trip today. Not like the New York City to. Hang on a second. I just realized what I didn't do. Didn't turn the music off. There you go, Mike. What a way to start the week off. Well, I am running also a couple of little issues here. Trying to figure out why the sim didn't load the second loader. I don't know. But anyway, we'll deal with that at a later time. But anyway, well, actually, we can deal with it real quick. Let me just check here. Huh, should be up there. I don't know why it's not there. Oh, well. Anyway, then we're not going to let that hold us back. So, folks, we're sitting on the line here in Entebbe, Uganda, and as the title says, we're flying with Millennium Aviation. Okay, that part's not in the title, but we're flying the African Union Airbus tour. This will be leg number 7 over to Ndjili, over in the Congo. So it's about 1,000-mile run, so it ought to be fun. We're gonna basically fly over much of the African continent to get to the west coast, but it'll still be some enjoyable flights. We're in the A320 Neo from Toliss, CFM engines out there. I think they call them Leaps, and that designates the aircraft as an A320-251 Toliss. I can already hear the groans out there. You like the Pratts. I kind of do too in this case, because you get to hear that roar when they idle down. But, it still looks good, folks. Good Airbus 320. Got the shark fins on. We're ready to go, folks. We just need to load up and get ourselves moving. Hope your weekend went well, and may this week be a blessed week as well for you. All right, we're up in the cockpit, and you're going, looks just like an A320. Because every Airbus looks like the other Airbus, folks, except for the 300 and the 310. Other than there may be more levers for engines and dials and knobs for fuel tanks. I mean, that's how Airbus built these, and there's um, something to be said in that. I mean, that helps pilot in the basics of the aircraft. Granted, it doesn't help them in the the big stuff they need to know, like fuel range, what to do when this happens and that happens, and so forth. But the layout being the same, folks, that's the first step, knowing where everything is. So if you go to an A330 and we pop up here, well, your hydraulics are here, your fuel is here, your electrics are here, your packs are here. And if you go to a 220, hey, look, they're in the same place. So, it kind of helps in muscle memory and all, but you just got to know what's doing what. So in that case, it is a little different. All right, so we just uploaded 19,760 pounds of fuel, and we're ready to go, folks, pretty much. Let's do a quick look at today's flight. That will be with Sim Toolkit. All right, you can see we're on the top of this big lake, Nairobi, Kenya is over here, I think, somewhere in this vicinity. Kilimanjaro, we've been to, is down in this vicinity, and you got this nice, lovely lake. It's a huge lake. So, anyway, you can see the flight plan there. Currently planning runway 17. What is that? Mand 1B to Mandy, and then on out the UL 432 to the UL 42. get on the expressway UA 613 into ULVAS, and we're there, folks. It's that simple. And you know that? Just get the road map out. You'll seriously, that's what it kind of sometimes seems like. So, but it is in Africa. It does work that way. So, hang on. Let me clear. Come on. Don't know why we're having so many OBS issues. Oh, be so glad if they ever fix them. Anyway, so today's weather here in Entebbe, and yes, we have set the time to be to where we can see the plane flying in, because if you do it at night, folks, you can't see anything. So 208. Got some clouds at 2300, and we got some CB cumulus at 2500 as well. Temperature of a quite cool 25 outside. Yeah, no, that's Celsius, folks. All right, so 1015's the barometric pressure, so let's see how much change we see going west. All right, winds stay about the same out of the west, a little bit more onto the westerly track. 8,000, 2,000 broken, so now we have a ceiling. So right now we're legal to depart, folks. That's above minimums. We will have to watch en route, see if we may be running into some problems. We'll see. And standard barometric pressure there of 1012. So, and of course it says no significant. So not sure what the broken 2000 and how that's not significant, but you know, hey, I am just a private pilot. I only play a commercial pilot on Twitch. All right, so there you go, folks. Load out for the flight. 151 people, 33,220 pounds of payload, with 19,673 pounds of fuel. That'll get us there at 38,000 feet. So, good flight looking ahead. Haven't really looked into the charts at all, and you won't see them if you click OFB here. That's just the bummer of it. So, all right, so we'll go ahead and get rid of Sim Toolkit. He says cautiously. There we go. And let's get into finishing up this flight so we can get wheels up and get going. All right. And once we do get airborne, I'm kind of leaning to staying a little quiet, more quiet than normal. So we'll kind of let the music take over for most of this. So just a heads up, look for it to get more silent once we're wheels up and headed for cruise. All right, so with that, let's do our quick basic safety check of the cockpit. Parking brake set, spoilers down, flaps up. Engine start levers off. We're on normal for the mode select. Radar is off. We can turn these to the multi-scan and the GCS to on. The rest will keep off for now. Turn the transponder on. We've got it set for 2000. Bump it up one. Go ahead and connect. Need to remember, did I go for a call sign on this? Really hate when it does is OBS. Leave it to OBS, folks. Really does get disheartening. It's gotten so even with me, I'm just fed up with it. Just wish there was something else. And they've cornered a market, got rid of their competitors, and now monopolize and don't care about us. So, typical story. All right, well, we're online. So we're on VATSIM. We're easy 572. And let's continue on. So throttles, I like to just make sure they move. And we've got our FMCs on. All right, moving up, landing gear levers in the down position, 3 green. Continuing our way all the way up. All right, so our wipers are off and we're ready to go with the next phase. All right, so the battery switches, we know they're on. We know we're on external power because we have power on the plane. Okay. Fuel pumps we've turned off while we're refueling. APU is obviously off. Let's do some fire checks real quick. Might as well get them all at the same time. All right, and like I said, fuel pumps are off. All right, let's go ahead, since we're done fueling, kick on the APU. Stop there. All right, and how we know we're done fueling is, well, we're at our fuel point, and I don't see the word refueling. There is another check you could do. We'll do that here in a second. I'm waiting on flap open. There it is. Start. Out here, folks, you would actually see a fuel truck. And it's gone. So are our loaders. So we're that much closer to getting out of here. Now we're waiting for the APU to spool up. It is spooling at a pretty, I think this is pretty realistic. I'm not a real Airbus pilot. I'll even be honest, I haven't been on the ramp or in the plane to see how this looks versus the real gauge. V1 is one great streamer out there to see if that's true or not. In the aircraft, the APU power up. Another one would be Black Box 711, both Airbus pilots. If not today, at some point in their careers. Okay, we're available. So let's continue on here. Cockpit lights are set. Flap levers we've done. Speed brakes. Probe heat is off. Well, auto. Let's rephrase that. Airbus runs in a way that if the switches are dark, they're in the position they need to be. You're not going to push them to get them to say on. If anything, they'll say that. Or in op. Okay. Pushing on up, we'll go ahead and grab the APU bleed. We should see pack 1, pack 2 go out. And, however, our Gen 1, Gen 2 lights should still be on. Reason being, they're not on the engines. So if the engines aren't running, the generators aren't running. However, we'll come off the external power now. Alright, ventilation panel all looks good. Everything here looking good. Strobe lights, they're in the auto position. Nav, I have them set to nav 1. There are 2 lights out on each side of the wing, folks. And what it's meant to do is when you're doing your walk around, if one of them is out, which probably means burned out, try the other system. And if it comes on, away you go. Write it up. Maintenance will fix it at some point in time. Probably when the other one goes out. Okay, so let's see. We've got our strobe. We've got our that. Seatbelts we'll keep off for now. We're going to begin boarding passengers here shortly. We've got the no smoking light lit because we were fueling. Emergency lights armed. And let's do our light check. All lights are lighting up. Sylvania and GE companies making quite a bit of money with that. Wrong one. Okay, we'll turn the dome light off. We don't need it for this flight. Landing elevations, auto. And, well, where did we leave off at? Pack flow. So we'll kind of work our way through here. And with 150 people, keep it normal. Yeah, we'll keep it normal for now. may have to go up to high because of the humidity. Fuel pumps, let's kick them on. And finally, radio 3 is on. And FMC 1 and 2, buckle my shoes, are working, as it's COM 1, COM 2. So everything is set. Now, this would be a point, folks, if you're in the flight factor aircraft, to make sure that you've pulled the speaker knobs and made sure your comms are set up. By that I mean, let me pull up XPilot real quick. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of it shortly, right after we talk about this. Okay, up here, hang on a second. Okay, so I don't know if my cursor's working here or not, but in XPilot, upper right-hand corner, you got this blue area with COM 1, COM 2, what they're set to. If you don't see these, what look like they're a little bit up out of the slot and darker blue than the background, they're not selected. So work with your comms here. Either pull, you may have to pull the knob, you may have to turn them up, you may have to turn the microphones on. That's on the actual sim radios to get them to light up. Once they're lit up, boom, they're working. Till then, they're not. And I'm here to tell you, folks, they are not working. So just a word of warning to y'all. And like I said, we'll go ahead and get rid of it so it's not blocking anything. So that's a real big check. Toliss, it comes up right. And I believe we can turn them down in Toliss like we can Fearless. So if you get an overbearing pilot or controller, you can turn the switch down or the volume down so it's not blowing your eardrums out, because they have to be heard. You know, it's their mindset. When I speak, everyone else shuts up. So, that's why I have that lovely volume to turn them off. Anyway, which now leads us into getting the McDo's up and running. First thing, of course, in that is getting the nav system up and running. We're going to run up here real quick. Okay, cruise supplies on. Do a CVR check, cockpit voice recorder. Listen for a tone. Okay, purser switch up. Everything but these two. These will begin to go away as we align. Okay, look for the on bat, and it's there. Look for the on bat, and it's there. And there it is again. All right, so we are now in aligning the aircraft. Oh, go figure. I have this set up with the Pratts. That's fine. We're not going to switch out. It's not going to terribly hurt my performance figures. But we are actually in a 271. Okay. Pratt & Whitney engines. I can hear the cheering in the background. Yay! Okay. Again, to me, all you get out of them is the howls that happen when they get close to idle. I've heard them in real life. It is pretty cool. But the sad thing is, I can't speak for the Motivia mod because I don't have it, but the IAE versions of the A320 and the A319 don't put that howl to it. So I don't know if that's something to do with a sound pack, Motivia, or whatever. I just don't. But yeah, you do get you can hear the howl in this. sometimes. All right, so let's go ahead with this. Okay, Pratt & Whitney's, which we weren't expecting. There's our RNAC, which is due to reset or update on the 14th of June. Mark your calendars, 14th of June. Okay, now let's go to the init page. Couple of ways you can put this flight plan in. Now, if you're using SimBrief and you want to get airborne, as in our case, quickly, hit the init request. It's going to load it. It's going to load your performance data. And depending how you set up the interactive software with Toliss, that little box you saw me open up to look at things, depending... Oh, sorry, I didn't want to yawn in your ears, and yet there I went. You could make it to where you still set the people, fuel, all of that. And that's how I have it set. Or so the book says that's what I did. And I probably did it wrong. So, you know, is what it is. We're going to do the init request, give it a couple seconds. Now the flight plans are loaded. And there's the performance data uplink. Pretty close. We'll keep it. All right. Clear that. Now, we're going to first, let me check something quick. It says, cautiously. I thought I had all my flight plans in here. What the heck happened to them? All right. Well, that's just, hang on a second, HU. And let me get the route thrown on here. That was something I was not expecting, and I don't know why I did not check that in the beginning. But my apologies for this slight delay. Alright, I'm not, let's see, what's our alternate? I've got it written down, so FNLU. Alright. There we go. So let me pull charts in. And real quick, what I did, folks, and I should have thought about this when I did it. There we go. Once we had charts up, I just basically went to flights, new flight, and put in HUEN FZAA for the destination. It populates a straight line, came up here where that pencil is, and put in the route, which... Now, something I do like here, it put in the route plus pulled the charts for those SID star scheduled. Didn't populate the runways or approaches, but it did do that, and then I threw the alternate in. Now, that's where we are to here. What I'm going to look up here is the chart for parking, if there is one. It's going to be under taxi. And it appears there is one. We are in number 7. Alright, so reason I'm doing this. We're going to go to IRS init. Now it's showing what the GPS or what the INS is set to currently. We need to be for 7 through 9, 2.8 north. 2.5. So... see how it says use the up-down arrows? Let's go up to 2.8. Correct? Yes. Now, to get it over to the longitude side, just click the line select next to it. There again, we'll use these to set it, but let's see if we're there yet. 32. Let's see. 7 through 9. 32, 26, 5. 6.5. Boom. We're set, folks. Align on ref. This is your reference altitude. So, when those units begin the full alignment process, they're going to align to this, which just happens to be this. But whatever your data was, as you saw, we made lots of changes. That changed. And now we're aligned. We'll get the winds. I'm just going to do it the simple way. All right, checking, clear, in it. All right, so that sets up the basics. We already have our cost index, which technically is 5, 6. I'm not going to lose sleep over. It's got our temperature and our tropo. And I don't fully understand the tropo that Airbus is running with. But that actually can be seen if you use the UAL 18 format in SimBrief when you generate your OFP format. It'll actually show up. I forget what page it is, but you'll see it. The rest of them, I don't see it, so I don't know where it draws it from. All right, ground temperature 8 degrees outside. All right, so we have done our fire check, so let's go ahead and keep pressing on. Right now it says GPS, right, wait, you're not seeing that, stand by. All right, so you're seeing GPS primary loss. That means that it's not hooked up yet, aligned yet. Get a green GPS primary, I forget what the word is with it, once things are aligned. All right, next up. Let's go to the F plan page, and there you see it's all there. The only thing we got to do, put runway and sit in. So I'm going to bring back charts. Maybe takes forever these days. It's kind of getting very old. All right, so here's where we're at. We're going to fly what's called the MAND 1B right here out to MANDY. So we'll come off 170 to AVB, EN 143, 144. Got to be at 12,000 feet at 143. And that's because of high terrain. 16,000 and above at EN 144, then MANDY. There it is, GPS primary. We are now aligned. And hang on, get the other one real quick. So let's get these programmed in, shall we? So click HUEN, departure, runway 17. Just follow the way it's going. And 1B. Okay, and there are no transitions here, folks. No additional information needed. And insert. And you just saw it close up. Let's switch to plan. Just see that real quick. Okay, that's pretty good. And then we're going to just step through like you do a Boeing thing. Basically, make sure you move your EFIS from ARC or map. In Boeing, it's called map to plan. And then we're going to just step with the arrows. Okay. On we go to our flight. Hang on a second. Text, ALSAR, you can just follow along here. But I'm going to be just watching the map. Okay, so we're just going to make sure there's no big deviations or anything missed or an errant discontinuity. And it's just locking in with each move. The last discontinuity will be the one for the arrival. Thing is looking really good. Okay, we should be there right now. Okay, so this discontinuity is because we haven't got a star lined up. Alright, well, we actually do, so let's zoom in again. Let's pull it up. ULVAS is a real tough one, folks. ULVAS, the big ol' something tells me we got a DME arc here. Just shooting in the wind here. Let me check other thing we need. It's not putting accurate. Okay, close by. .220 at 9. We had weather as a 14Z. I did not catch that. Well, that's 10 o'clock. That's not bad. 11 o'clock. Wait. 15 be 9 a.m. That's really not all that bad. So 270. All right, so we'll go with it. The area northwest is showing, and what we're using is Brazzaville, FCBB, and they are just scattered at 2,000, 28 degrees. I mean, everything else is the same, so we'll go with it at, we'll keep the 270. So that means I'm going to use a neat feature here. Okay, there's where we end. Let's go to the approaches. Wait, sorry, we'll do it from here. Sorry. Got ahead of myself. And select. Okay, we're filtered. What you're seeing are to bring you around to runway 6. We're going to go to 24. Okay, so we have an ILS-Y. We have an ILS-X. Z's, which are looking like, and a V. I'm sorry, we also have a V, which is fine. All right, interesting. I think we would need to shoot this approach off of. All right, well, let's do it. Let's click it and see what we have. Rivals. All right, so we have V. We have a W. We have an X. We have a Y, and we have a Z. And add to it an RNAV and VORs. Alright, this is going to be fun. Let's see. Thinking V. And I'm thinking final. But what you can do here, once you figure out which one you have, you click add to route. Watch. Boom. Ain't that slick, helping you in figuring all this out before you leave the gate? Modern technology. I can just hear old 727 like we flew last time, 747, going, oh, that ain't right. But, alright, so we got, that's our ILS. We're going to use the Victor, and it loads it down here again as well. Okay, so now we're coming in on ULVA 1B. And there is no transition. Yeah, we got no transitions. So, insert. All right, and now you can see it's begun to fill it in again. All right, so we'll go back out. So we know we're coming from ULVAS to BIGL, ULVAS to BIGL, to XUSKI. So we're going to make our turn and then turn pretty much right onto the ILS. If not, just kind of might scoot over to it. Who knows? We'll see if ATC is up. It's Africa. The chances are slim, but you never know, folks. And then there you go, the end of the flight plan. All right, let me pull this out a little. All right, so now, blue, that's your holding. That's what we missed approach. So we got the KSA and hold. Okay, now let's say we have to divert. Well, you could actually put that plan in here, folks. And if you're in SimBrief, you can look down and actually see it. Actually, if you're using the American Airlines format like I am, hang on, let me go ahead and pull that up again. Okay. Here, let's show it. We're not going to put it in. We're ready to go. So I want to get rolling. But we would go to the OFP. Right here is your alternate route. Flight level 380. We'll fly out the XIVM2A to XIVMA, take the A611 over to Ilden, and then direct to the airfield, LAD, which is FNLU. Okay, real simple. And again, I saw that my pointer wasn't really pointing. There it is now. Here's your route. Here's the alternate. And you can load all of that up, folks, so that if this happens en route, you're just boom, boom, direct, boom, this, that. You keep it simple. And of course, you have that thing, a secondary plan, which I'm going to tell you something, folks. An interesting thing happened in the last few weeks at San Francisco. There was a little banter, we'll call it, between pilots and the controller. They prepared for what the ATIS and ground told them. Briefed it the whole 9 yards. Lo and behold, they get to the end of the runway and the tower decides to go poo-poo on you, ground. We're going to put them on this runway. They were not prepared for it. Now, part of the problem was it does take a little more than 2 minutes. Problem, on the other hand, is the controller needs to have a little bit of common sense. Well, common sense is the eye of the beholder. I get that. And understand, my idea of a couple minutes, her idea of a couple minutes, meaning 2 minutes, are different. And so both were right and both were wrong. So now when you go into SFO, it is in the ATIS. Look it up on D-ATIS, folks. I'm not saying VATSIM ATIS. Screw VATSIM. We're talking real world ATIS. Prepare for both runways. Brief and set both runways. Welcome to a good use of a secondary flight plan. All you have to do is bump, activate, you're ready to go. You briefed them both, you're ready to go. Which, by the way, there's not a lot of difference in the two, just runway length. Little differences there. Little differences, and, you know, but to get totally nitpicky, I mean, it really isn't much. But to the pilot's defense, 100% correct, gotta brief it. Controller's defense, she's got a ton coming in. But that didn't say to brief both runways. This is where SFO gets into trouble. And I don't know how you fix it, but that's what they're doing as an interim for right now. It was kind of neat to see when I was up there. So I'm just using that as an example of why you would want to maybe think of a secondary flight plan. Others, V1, I've heard say is engine out procedure. If you lose an engine, boom, boom. You're not, oh my God, I got to get in the McDo and get this over here and put this in here, get this over here and put this in here. No, it's already done. You did that at the gate. And by the way, it's not that frantic, by the way, folks. For effect. Drama king here. So, but anyway, just a little idea of why you would want to use this button. It was, like I said, very interesting to listen to. All right, let's get rid of this and let's get our butts out of here. You know, I'm kind of tired of talking. So, all right, so we got the McDo planned to F plan. So let's move on to the next section, which is RadNav. Okay, everything looks good here. Next up on our stop is back to the init page, but now we're on the, this is, it'd be neat if it said that, but again, if you're a pilot of any time in the plane, you know this is the A page, you know the next one's the B page. If you're new to it, you should have been in ground school a little longer. Alright, so we're going to the B page. Now let's go back. You know, go ahead and say it, folks. Does it every time. Alright, so 130.97. So that really is 131. We got 29.4 though. Gotta go with that. So we'll /294. Didn't take the point. Okay, and in 19.7, we're good to go there. All right, next up, performance page. We all love this page. All right, back to the charts page real quick. And let's get back to Entebbe, shall we? All right, for today. Oh, I'm like, that's not Entebbe. I pulled up the other airport, Ndjili. There we are. All right. First off, we have a 12,000-foot runway. Cool. Or you know what? Let me bring us back to the EFB because we're going here. All right. Let's see if we have current weather here. Yes. Okay, I am showing 180 at 10. Temperature 25, we'll go with that. UNH of 1015. Bear with me a second, folks, as I sheet. did say 10:15, right? Yes. Okay. 2998. Okay. Actually, I'm going to try something. Okay, put it in the same. All right. Runways dry, anti-ice, that all looks good. Now, here's where we want to, we're going to go ahead and keep that on flex or toga. Toga means we run the pad all the way to full and technically should get off a lot quicker. Mind you, we're 3,000 feet above sea level here. So that's a thing to take into consideration. Density, altitude, some brief has that of 5,800 feet. Still something to take into effect. I am going to go ahead and flex this one. Let's see what happens. Okay, so we're going to configure auto, and everything else except for this I did not like. We'll go 0 and 10. Okay, compute. Okay, so it's going flaps 1, flex at 60, so we have anywhere from 116 to 148 for V1. Rotate at 148, clear the 50-foot obstacle at 150. So that's actually pretty good. Look at our runway. I think I like this one. We will flex. But if you didn't want to, all you got to do is switch it to toga, compute. All right, so let's uplink. And put in our winds of 180, diagonal 10. Everything else looks good, doesn't it, folks? So, all right, let's back and let's do this. All right. Now let's flex. 16, 148, yep, there we go. And it all looks good. So we're going to insert. It's done, folks, that quickly. And we match this, which is even better. All right. So there you go, folks. We are pre-flighted and ready to go. We just need the passengers, please, to start boarding. And we'll press on here in a couple minutes. I'm going to be getting the get the right program up here. Hang on, folks. We're having problems like usual. There we go. It's very frustrating here of late. Sorry if I do get that doom and gloom sound to me. I'm just kind of frazzled and just about to my wit's end with OBS and live streaming. So you guys are great. The tools that Twitch gives us to use stink. So I'm going to have to either find a whole new platform to stream with, or unfortunately, who knows what will happen. And this is the hard part, folks, finding the airline. It's not this hard yesterday. Oh, there it is. Okay, we finally got it. All right. Okay. Let's see if we can try to make this as painless as possible. I'm sorry, folks. You can't. Well, actually, hang on. Let me. Hang on. Let me get rid of charts here. Oh, I gotta check this to make sure it comes up right. Oh, wow. Mac Air, folks, you're gonna love this. Hang on. Come on, charts. Good Lord. There we go. Oh. Oh boy. Goodness. Okay. I'm gonna try to bring this up. All right. This is the ACARS program, and I want the Mac Air guys kind of read. And let me see if I can click on it here. Oh yeah, you can see my cursor. Hang on. Here it is. 1, 2, 3, 5 lines up where it says, okay, right above it, it'll say Gate 8 HUEN. Okay. Look below it for engines. 2, rocket. I always find little things like that. Thank you, Lord. That makes it a little better to see stuff like that. Yeah, I know it's not the new ACARS system, folks, but for those at Mac, but you can tell I'm having enough problems just with what I have to not throw that on top of it. So my apologies for not using it. But I thought you'd all get a kick out of that. Oh, hey, Matt, 1997 Air, welcome in. It's, you know, it's a flying with Mike day with OBS. Love to hate it. But anyway, we are, hey, by the way, folks, with the ACARS program running, with the FMC loaded, Matt Air, we're ready to fly. We just got to do the MCP here in the middle, and we'll be set to go. So altimeters are 10, 15. We're back to arc. I'm going to put that to 20 for now. We'll put LS on constraints, both sides. And we'll keep that at 40, VOR, 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 VOR. Okay, speeds set to manage, heading set to manage. Managed in the Airbus lingo is, you know, you're coupled to your FMS, your flight management systems. So that's all the word manage means. That computer is controlling it all. All right. 2 rockets. Oh, that's helping a lot with how horrible OBS is. Oh my goodness. I know you all may not see the humor in it, but it's helping me. That really does. That does say a lot to help me. All right. We don't have a mandatory altitude restriction. Oh yeah, we do. 12,000. That's what we're going to put in here. Managed. All right, and we are set there. Middle, 3 green. Brake fans off. Auto brakes off. Anti-skid nose wheel steering switch on. And our timer is good. And folks, that means with our switching knobs here all pointing 12 o'clock, which is normal, we are ready to go. Let's get this aircraft buttoned up. Okay, and that is off. Do that in a second. All right. And we can go in here to the mechanical. Before we do, folks, always double check you're disconnected on internal APU generator power. Otherwise, you go dead. Okay. We are, so we're off. Okay. Outside, all we should see is a closed up airplane with chocks. Okay, folks, it's time to go. Thank goodness. Wow, OBS is just one piece of unit. I will stop there or I get myself into a lot of trouble. Okay, seatbelts on. Beacons on. Better pushback coming.
Hey, Captain, let me know where you want this thing.
Oh, the places I could say. Be nice.
Great news, Captain. Your tow's coming.
All right, we're going to kill the chocks here momentarily. There he is. Make sure our brake is set. Off with the chocks. Now, you could leave them on. Unfortunately, it's not like Flight Factor will they'll automatically go away. Zebo, I think, is the same. So when you get cleared and he's ready to push, you're not going to move until you get rid of him. All right, to start the beast, very simple, folks. We just take the switch, move it over to normal. We're set to go. Now, real guys will tell you there are...
Looks like the doors and hatches are closed and we're ready to connect.
Cleared to connect. Real guys will tell you there are factors that you may need to turn your packs off. 1 pack, 2 packs to get started cross-bleed. All those fun things. Unfortunately, I don't know them, so that's why I don't do them. I don't know what it takes, you know, when those situations are met, if we're in one of those situations right now, with the density, altitude up, temperatures up, 150 behind us. I don't know. So, all right, we're just waiting for him to say, release the brakes.
Welcome aboard, Captain. Tow's connected, bypass pins inserted. Go and kill the parking brake when you're ready to go.
Brake off.
Here comes the pushback. Light them up.
All right, we're going to let it push for a couple seconds, and then we will, as he says, light them up. I'm going to go ahead and push that to run. And folks, feel free. You know, I've only seen it a very slim amount. You're always welcome, folks, to join us on these flights. This isn't a solidarity flight. Now, granted, if we're not on VATSIM, that makes it kind of difficult because I don't fly on those servers. Okay, I don't think Microsoft servers would let an X-plane hooligan in. So, just kidding. But no, you get my point, folks. I would love to fly with y'all. I'm on VATSIM. Love to have you here. We're in HUEN, headed to FZAA. You don't have to fly an Airbus, folks. You can fly the Concorde, fly a Cessna 152. Granted, we'll see you there in about later in the day. But, you know, hey, it's, you know, it's there to enjoy. So, but anyway, we're pushed back far enough. We're going to go ahead and start up the engines. So again, I said move it to the right. Get our pressure looking good. And then number 2 first. There are a couple things on here.
Just about done here. Go ahead and set your parking brake.
Of course, he interrupts me. Brake set.
And we're disconnecting the tow. Give me just a moment.
A couple of things on this eCam here. This cooling that comes up. A few other little addendas. I haven't been able yet, and I'll be honest, haven't dug in to find it. What is exactly going on aside from what the word cooling means? Could it be as simple as that? I don't know. And we are now available, so that means we can crank up number 1. Let's look out there. I think he's already gone. Yep, he's already gone.
And we're disconnected. Signal and pin on the right. Take it easy and have a safe flight.
Oh. Thanks for flying with Mike. We'll be watching for the pins. All right, got the pins. Thank you, sir. All right, we're just waiting. There comes the generator. Next will be a veil. Let's start the clock. 3 minutes to warm. Let's see where we stand right. Actually, let's go ahead and get some of our stuff done. We've started the timer. There we go. Alright, so to normal. Alright, and continuing. Right up top. APU bleeds off. Ground spoilers to arm. All you do is pull them up so you see the white ribbon. Flaps to 1. TARA, and it will move up. Bend it slightly down. We're going to set our trim. And what you do is this second button here, FCTL, gives you the condition of all your flight controls. Trim is right there. We're just going to move the trim wheel to up to read up, and then 0. All right, it's set and ready to go. While we're here, let's go ahead and just check our stick. I always like to couple of times here, left and right, making sure it centers. Back on the elevator, down, up, and again, make sure it centers. Then I do the rudder, same thing, couple times, making sure it centers. I do them, make sure everything's free and able to. And we're set up for, and then clear it out. May not go away right away, but it will eventually. I lost my place. Okay, so engine anti-ice. We're gonna not use that today, nor are we gonna use the wing. Turn the AP. And now we'll come back down here to tell them arm slides. Okay. Taxi procedure, nose wheel light tab, parking brake off, elapsed time to run. And let's see here, we have auto brake, and we need the purser. That's just that one, and test. All right, so everything's green. We're ready to go, folks. Brakes off, starting our taxi. Lights on. Okay, continuing our taxi checks brakes. Looks like they were good. Checked our flight controls. Flight management looks good. Nav climb is set. Terrain radar can now come. So can the radars. 2, it will the predicted wind shear. And folks, the reason the plane speeds up, yes, look, that you're on a grade. Oh, speaking of grades, we did this a couple Saturdays ago. Checked out Anchorage with this new scenery or new 05 update to X-Plane. They corrected it. Sound the applause. Hang on a second. Just may have to say it again. Yes, indeed. They have corrected that, folks. It really caught me off guard. So the fact that they were able to get those fixed just made that flight the reason we did it. Because that was hilarious. Oh my goodness, was that hilarious. And I have to tell you, the guy that was there with, I wish I could remember his handle here on Twitch. Just give it full power and see if you can get it airborne before. Because what would happen, we'd hit the ski jump and it'd put the airplane in such steep climb, we're already stalled. What a solution. Love it. General aviation at its best. All right. Coming up to the end of the runway, we got a few checks to do here. So I'm going to kind of put the brakes a little bit on it, go quick, and we'll be ready to go. Okay, so takeoff fake checked, no messages, delay takeoffs, which we've had, brake temperatures, looking good. And turn the brake fan on just for now. Engine mode is required, lights, we're set to go. Entebbe traffic, easy, 572 departing, runway 17. Right, and strobers to on. And the wing lights. All right, now on the YouTube channel, folks, I had a question, came in on the 767 flight out of Tampa, and it came with, because of the way that we worded it, you all saw it last week. When you fire up the 767, get a message in the beginning saying not supported by this sim. Now, that does not mean it's not usable. We found that out. We flew from Tampa to New York City, no problem. That I am aware of we had any. It would have been OBS and Twitch related and or internet related. But the question came in. I'm not able to stop it. It's the other half. I can't think of it. Anyway. Okay, in my setup, folks, to answer that question, I want to give this to you all first, because it just happened to me here. I run with two monitors. One monitor with OBS and all the little programs and applications I have to help me, put things on the screen for you and all of that. And the other screen is strictly flight sim. So if I haven't clicked on the flight sim, any clicking or any keys I push don't work on the sim. So, and we have seen this where reverse thrusters wouldn't deploy. I forget some of the other stuff. And it's because the classic one is, and it's, I can't talk to controllers. You'll hear, excuse me, 2 or 3 times say to the controller what I was saying, and dummy me didn't look up and see the green light not lighting up on transmit. So, which I'll show you here. We'll put that on. If OBS will work. Like I said, not a big fan of it. And folks, if you have better programs, better ideas for me, here, let me do it the easiest way. Talk to me on my Discord channel. That is the easiest way to help me out, because you can help me here on Twitch. That I love the help. I love the questions, love the banter. But if you go to my Discord channel, folks, there's the invite. I'll get y'all set up. We can work one-on-one a lot better from. I would really, if you've got a better platform than OBS, I'd love to shove this. Never mind. But yeah, I'd love to. Something that works better than OBS would be outstanding. So that's why. So okay, back to the question though, if I don't click here, or I'm working with OBS, I got to make sure I click here, or I get multiple responses you hear to towers and centers because I wasn't clicked in here to hit my, you see, the green button lighting up here. So, alright, well, we've been on the runway long enough. Who knows? Maybe someone wants to land. Here we go. Lights are on. Let's bring her up to 50%. And we are flexing right now. Okay, hang on, we got a problem. I know what's going on. Speed brakes there, they're supposed to be there. Alright, here we go. You can hear that howl just a little bit. Let me see if I can. Going to get V speeds read off wrong, folks. I forgot to set for back air.
V1. Rotate.
Negatory Ghost Rider. Going up to 148. Thank you very much.
V2.
Rotate. Gear up.
Gear up.
Okay, so we go thrust climb. Since we're still not pushed over. Alright, let's put the autopilot on. Alright, so anyway, folks, hopefully that answered the question. With a multi-screen setup, if you're not running both screens on the sim, there's a chance you may have to click over here to make brakes work. Now, he was on toe pedals. Nothing I don't know anything about configuration, the setup, what goes into making those work. It's all in on my yoke and throttles here. So, actually stick and throttles. So. But anyway, glad we got the question. Glad, I'm glad he's a part of the Flying with Mike family over on the YouTube side of the house. And forward to a lot more. We are through transition. You can see it flashing down here. Just push the button. Okay, we'll go ahead and de-arm the spoilers. Absolutely. Now, normally in an Airbus, this green dot here on the where my cursor is, right there, that is your flaps up speed, either ascending when you can start deploying flaps, or climbing when they at that point they should be up coming up. So, all right, let's get past 12,000 here, and then on our way. Shouldn't have any trouble with that. Actually, we will be.
10,000 feet.
Let me do this one. And just so you all know, I just tried to do a flyby. I had just set my charts over here, and it didn't do it. Now it did. Okay, I was just curious if the sim controlled the sounds or if it was strictly Toliss. Let's check our Toliss. We're leveling off at 12, just so you know. And roger, clear to flight level 380, 572. Oh yeah, gotta. It's not gonna go because it's already holding at 12,000 here. I'd have to clear it. So, we're looking at just 10 miles. Not worry about 10 miles. Alright folks, well, once we start to climb out, we will kind of back off the voice, let you all just enjoy this nice ride over to FZAA, Ndjili International, over in, I believe it's the Congo. Had a couple of names to it, so. I don't know how many of you may have heard the news about what the developers are working on for 0.06. Really intrigues me what could be coming with this. I don't know how many, I haven't seen them in a while, so they may be beginning to get a handle on those pyramiding clouds that we've seen. That's one thing, but the big news, to me at least, and there we go, I can already see us setting the climbing. Cirrus clouds. That I'm looking forward to. instead of these big, thick clouds we have. And not to say they don't have, get me wrong, but you don't see the wispy cirrus clouds. And I'm looking forward to that, plus a few improvements here and there elsewhere. But those two big news items they released, I am really want to see, because we're ramping down the severe weather season here in this tornado valley area. Granted, we're in May, but as we push into June and then into July, it kind of curves down because it's moving other parts of the U.S. But the main dog with the big tower queues and all of that, that's out in Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas right now, and but I'd love to see what X-Plane can do to fault to that. And then what we can get from the makers like Enviro, Active Sky, and maybe some improvements to the radar systems. But again, some of this I don't expect to fault, and I just go yippee when I see it in default. But I would love to see them take that lead and push something like that. All right, well, like I said, we've come into the climb here.
18,000 feet.
We're through 18,000, and we're on our way, folks. So I will kind of move more into the passenger area and kind of relax like you are, enjoying this Monday. Got a whale of a Tuesday ahead of me, but today I'm going to relax, and I hope you do too. So let me fire up the music, and you'll enjoy. All right, folks. Well, looks like we've got to our cruise height. Let's do our cruise checks here real quick and continue into a nice, a nice flight over to the West Coast here. All right, and while we're in cruise, let's do our first of a couple system checks. Basically, you just click all down here and you just look at the screen as it comes up. Make sure everything's in its place where it should be, green and everything. Okay, all of our... And as you do this, folks, you can learn how things work in these big jets. You can see how the bleed system works. Pressure, all the inlets and safeties and all, where they need to be safe. Electrical, hydraulics. Fuel, we'll stop here because we are in need of being balanced. I say casually, and there it goes finally. Okay, first thing do, click your crossfeed. Now you saw the valve move right here. Then we're going to shut off the left side's fuel pumps to the engines. So that way the right side is what's fueling both engines. That's what will bring us into balance. Fuel use, not actually shifting fuel from this side into that side's tanks. To do that, we turn the pumps off. Okay, and then you'll watch the numbers move. And the whole process, I've been told, and I don't have a QRH, Quick Reaction Handbook, or Pilot Operating Handbook to know for sure, but it shouldn't take more than 5 minutes, folks. If it does, now you need to be starting to look at other problems. And I only got this out of a ill-fated flight into the Azores. I can't 100% confirm that knowledge being accurate. But then again, don't take what you hear as gospel and apply it in the real world, especially when we're below minimums. You cannot do that in the real world, folks. We're not below minimums on this flight, so that's not a problem. Was a couple weeks ago. Okay, we're almost there, folks. 2270, we got, and then we'll just start putting pumps on. Okay, now unfortunately we have to go back down. Click fuel. All right, we want to just confirm. Okay, so we're still... Okay, engines are still good. We can turn the crossfeed off, and folks, we balance the tanks. Okay, so we'll push that back down here and us as well. Okay. So we stopped here at fuel. All. APU is off, obviously. Here's the condition of the cabin. Now we are Fahrenheit, so it's 71 degrees. If you wanted to kick that up to the right, heats it, to the left, cools it. Let's see what that'll do. You can see the temperatures are slowly rising in the cabin. Are they going to instantly get to whatever degree they want to be? Of course not. Does it do it in your house? And if it does, I'd like to know what you have. So we're slowly heating up here. We're up to 73 Fahrenheit. I can hear you guys in Celsius go, oh my God, that's so hot in Celsius. All right, and then flight controls, periodically check, and we'll step if need be. This flight plan has no planned steps to it. We left off here, so we'll just go on. The covers are on, the brake temperatures look good, and the status looks good, and we're back. Now we got a general look at the whole airplane here. However, we still need to do those system checks to get in there, see how the bleed system, how the pressure, how everything is working. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and bump this out. Alright, I did not start a timer on takeoff, so, oh well. And then we'll, like I said, about every 30 minutes, crews will do that just to make sure the plane's good. Obviously, you want to be checking your fuel at every waypoint, checking that you're on course the whole way. Folks, you're at 38,000 feet. Good luck piloting this plane, especially in Africa, but even in the U.S. at that altitude. Good luck, because you're probably not. So, but you get an idea of what terrain looks like below us. And problematic if the weather radar is working or not. Let's push it up. If there are returns, folks, it does show. But it's not the yellows and the reds that you're used to seeing. It's more light blues to darker blues. Kind of the old way radars were showing. Again, that may have to be an active sky thing we get. Just letting the map fill in, folks. And see, this is what I'm looking forward to. I'm not sure if this is how the sky would look here in Africa, or if this would be cirrus, cirrocumulative maybe, cirrostrata maybe. But yeah, it's just almost, and I can't wait to see this coming. So, all right, folks, I promised it. I'm going to follow through with my promise. I'm going to back off the mic here, and folks, I'll be watching the chat as we cruise across Africa's jungles here over to the Congo, looking for any pyramids. I don't see any at the moment. So enjoy the flight, folks. Got about an hour and 50 minutes to go. Alright, folks. Fun day all around, both for me and the wife. Oh, forgot to turn the sound off on my stream running next to me here to see how things are rolling, what you see. Just trying to see if all this OBS headaches that I'm having translate to what you see and you're getting headaches. Thankfully to report, I don't think you are. Unless, if you are, my apologies. Take 2 aspirin and call your doctor. But anyway, just kidding, folks. That, and I'm trying to get sound levels so I know where things sound pretty decently. You know, on stream, you know, what's going on and all here, so. So, we are now about an hour and a half or so from landing. We have been enjoying some wonderful clouds. Here, let's get over here and take a look at them. From X-Plane 12, these volumetric clouds, the words right out of Austin's mouth last year at Oshkosh. And they look good. Now I am, they've enticed me. I want to see .06 when they put the cirrus clouds in. And for those not familiar with Africa, folks, those on the East Coast, well, you may not be familiar with the Dark Continent, but starting next month and running all the way through November, hurricane season. And granted, not this early in the season, but as you get to about July, August, September, that's when the intertropical convergence zone where we're flying over, where all of this cloudiness and storminess is, then begins to translate towards the United States in the form of storms, of which some become hurricanes and some pretty mean hurricanes. So, this is where it all starts, folks. Usually a little further north, but still the Dark Continent is where it starts, and that is the nickname for Africa. Still haven't seen any real prolific pyramiding of clouds, but I'm here to tell you, folks, I'm also looking forward to seeing what they've got up their sleeves for that. So, as we continue on, folks, we'll kind of step aside, and I'm going to go do a system check here real quick, and keep it quiet for a little longer, and then we'll get into the arrival brief and the actual arrival in. Folks, we're in Africa. Do I expect ATC? No. Will we see ATC? It's always possible, folks. I have come on here, and there has been the entire west coast from out where we're going up around the western side towards Casablanca lit up. So, we'll see. Who knows? Alright, so we're going to be doing a system check, and hope you all enjoy your day. Alright, all the systems look good, folks, and down below us. We've got a little bit of terrain showing up over here, but nothing radar return rise showing up out of everything around us. So enjoy the ride. I really, like I said, with 0.06, curious what a cloud layer like this will turn into. Will it turn into the Cirrus, or will it, you know, who knows? Time will tell when 06 comes out. Heck, they haven't even, I don't think, got the release out yet for 05. Alright, so here we go, folks. Enjoy the ride. Okay, one thing to point out here, coming up on the nav display here where it says ETP equal time point. We have well crossed the point that it's the equal time to either continue on to FZAA or head back to HUEN or Entebbe. So we're at that equal point, folks, in the flight. So that means the halfway point. About 35 miles out. So, again, we're going to try to keep it quiet. Just punch in here from time to time when I see things coming up that, hey, you might be interested in. So, folks, enjoy. And we still got a good hour and 16 minutes till we land. So, feel free to put predictions in if you want. It's a very simple process. I'll just do one real quick for you. Maybe. Of course, OBS is gonna do that. You know, I got into flight simming because it let me relieve stress and all. It isn't doing that anymore, not with OBS. So, ridiculous. Can't even do anything over here now without it giving me problems. So I don't know how much longer live streaming will go, folks. This is just really eating at me hard. All right, folks. Well, I'm gonna get off the air before I say things I shouldn't, and get back with you here in a few. Alright folks, we're back with you in about an hour to go to landing. So, and we are plagued with OBS problems again, but hopefully we'll get through this and at least end a note on only one video being created instead of several. That's the only thing it hasn't done yet. Alright folks, so we're in the A320neo, and I haven't said this from the onset, but this, folks, is an outstanding aircraft. Highly recommend it. Highly recommend the Toliss A319. I don't have the A321 or its neo cousin, and I would recommend that probably. I am tempted to get that, as well as maybe the A340. Toliss has done a remarkable job with these aircraft. So, I highly recommend them. I look for some amazing things coming out of Toliss with these aircraft as they update them. So, but yeah, this, hang on a second. Sorry, didn't want to cough in your ears. And if I did, sorry. Let's get in here and look a little bit. Okay, we have this, you know, for those that weren't here for the kickoff, we have these, well, you can't see them in the air. But these start off with some amazing amenities like these. The mechanical would have like your air cart, your chocks. Next page you do your pushback and then fuel and other things. That's why it doesn't come up in flight. You don't really want to. Well, you could put chocks on it, but they're in the wheel wells. So, but anyway, that is in itself phenomenal. But let's press up just a little further. I'm going to work with this FMC. We can come over here, and if there were ATC up and running on ACAR systems, we could chat with them this way instead of trying to get in voice. Plus, we can do a few other things like, this isn't what I want. I want to go here. If we go to the ATSU menu and over to AOC, we can get our ATISs. I have been informed, and it kind of little downer, but I'm sure over time Toliss will get it past that, I hope. We're not able to connect. I work with Virtual American Airlines. It's a new one that came out. They're also sistered with Piedmont Virtual, Spirit, EasyJet, and I think another one. But anyway, they have an ability to, when you hook onto their ACARs, send you your upcoming gate information, where you're headed, or in flight, like the real crew would get, so you already know you're going to this gate and what you're going to need. So, but at least we can go with the ATIS if one's available, and the weather and ATIS. So I'm looking for this one, just to give you an idea of what I'm talking about. When the stars come back, we'll have that, hopefully. Now, they may also be offline right now. Oh, we got one. As of, it's the one at 1400Z. So they are still offline. That's odd. Yeah, they are showing it. So is the one we got weather earlier from. Their SIG is gone. They're under a SIG, so we got thunderstorms that are going to. So we're kind of flying in here a little blind. You can print it, and it will come up here and we can post it. Here, let's go ahead. There it is. My only takeaway on that is I can't read it. I wish I could click on it, it'd come up so I can read it and then go there. Just a flying with Mike wish. Got a lot of wishes. Not anywhere in any way gonna happen. So, all right. So, but there it is. By the way, just have to zoom in on it. Like I said, it would be nice if we could click on it and it blow up in front of us so we could read it better instead of zooming down to it. All right. Oh, there's page something else. Yeah, we're just, yeah, it's just not reporting since 14Z. Just to give you an idea, 14 would have been approximately 9 o'clock Central Time, U.S. You all over there know that's quite a ways back. So, but that's nothing to do with Toliss, that's to do with real world conditions. Okay, but anyway, so let's get in here and let's talk over this arrival brief, and we'll do our best to work through the sim brief problems. Plagued. Sometimes I wish I never went off. I was trying to get rid of X-Pilot, folks, and it'll go away whenever. There it goes, finally. Alright, so let's bring in a nav graph, unload, that's our last flight. Oh, interesting, it didn't paint it. Okay, well let's put the route in there. This is on Sim Toolkit. Why it didn't, oh, I know why. Oops, EHs. I'm sure compliment of the screw-ups going on over at ULVAS. Okay, and then to put the route in, just click the pencil and direct. Done, and it'll fill these in. Okay, and we decided upon ILS Victor. Okay. Alright, so we've now got the charts loaded in. Again, very simple, folks. Here's our arrival. Okay, it's the, hang on a second, folks. I'm just going to kill the music for now. So there we go. Oh, frustrating. Alright, so coming in on the ULVA 1 Bravo. So ULVAS is our initial to Biggle, which is 66 miles ahead. The big thing here and the key is we got to be at 4,500 feet. A transition level 6,000, airport elevation 998 feet, and there's your ATIS. All right, and if we lose comms, that's what we do. And again, here we go. Intercept the KSA 83 inbound to Biggle. And that's pretty much it, folks. for the star. Now, from here, we're going to transition up to the ILS and in. Or, if we don't have ATC, some first officer just might push us direct to the ILS. Not unheard of, I'm sure. But anyway, here is the ILS. And I like to do this in a couple of parts, just because it kind of looks like it could be brief that way. Okay, across the top here are your frequencies. First off, the top tells you what we're doing. The airport in Ndjili International, Kinshasa, in Congo. We're going to be on the Victor ILS, runway 24. Okay, so our ATC channels are across the top if they come up. Now, our localizer is 110.3. That's automatically set in the FMC. So is the final approach course of 239. Everything else we just need to know. So our glide slope we should be on it and descending on the glide slope at 4.5 from our localizer. 5 miles. Should be at MSL 2,430 feet or 1,432 feet actually above the ground. We'll get to our minimums in a second. If we go missed approach, there it is. I think it's just straight up to KSA, BOR, and do a teardrop entry, right-hand turns. Right off the end of the runway, so that's kind of weird. What are we climbing up to? 3,500 feet. Okay. Okay, so also, as we transition now down here, we're seeing a big warning here. Do not mistake Kinshasa and Ndjili when approaching this airport. So I guess we're going to be able to easily see this. It's not been my usual in flights in the X-plane, but you know, who knows? Okay, nitty-gritty of this approach. We're going to be coming in somewhere about here at Big Hole. We're going to head up to Xuski, be at 3,500 feet, and then we're going to join the localizer and come down. The outer marker is OK NDB at 340.5. Sounds familiar. That happens to be our point where we need to be at 2,430 on our altimeter. Continue in at 7 and so forth. Here's the vertical, so 3,500 feet till we grab the ILS or glide slope, and then we'll come down with it. Okay. Kind of interesting, it doesn't say what the MDA is here. 2,600 here, but it doesn't say so here. Vertically, though, this is how we'll progress in. Just a nice chart here to tell you if the glide slope's inactive and we're just running on localizer, that if we do approximately 710, 715 on the glide slope, 710 to 715 feet per minute descent, we should be on a 3-degree glide slope. We're going to be at about 130 is my guess. If that changes, then we'll be at 740. I don't think I've ever brought an Airbus in above 140. I have brought the 737 in with this number, and I have the 747s. Oh no, I take that back. No, they've been hovering right around here too. So, but anyway, you get the point. ALS and PAPI, although it doesn't tell us what side of the runway the PAPI's on, so I don't know. So we should be able to see a pappy. All right, minimums here. Minimums are, as best I can tell here, folks, 1,208 feet MSL, or better said, above sea level. Okay, the airport's almost 1,000 feet above sea level. So that's why that number is so high. Now, this number is lower because it's the actual above the ground number. So this is your altimeter. This is your radar altimeter. So 210. And we have to have at least 1,200 meters, period. No addendums or anything for lights out or anything like that. So, if the glide slope's out and we're working off of this, we go up to 1420. So as long as we do not have a ceiling below 2,000 or below 1,200 feet, we are okay. Should probably be above ground, but you know, so long as we have 200 feet and 1,200 meters, we're good. Okay? And right now, we do. Unfortunately, we do not have weather indication. So, little nervous here because we're coming in daytime. Now, I could always just do the map and get an idea. Okay. By the way, this is how your radar would look too for Maine. Don't like it. I don't know how to change it, if it can even be changed. But hey, it's at least something. And I don't think we're close enough. And that's the other thing about the map. You only get so much. I wish it would go further, but I guess that would eat up system resources. I don't know. OBS seems to have no trouble eating resources. So. Alright, so that's our brief. So we're looking at NCAC up ahead, top of descent's not far ahead from that. And we're going to go on with a little bit more music, but we're about to transition into descent and bring this thing in. So let me click the purge. We're 131 miles out. So we've got about time for about 1 or 2 songs. Good time to put your predictions in, folks. On your end, you shouldn't have any troubles with that. I, on the other hand, I am going to try to reach out to some people, try a last Hail Mary, if you will, to take OBS from my main computer, flight sim computer, to my laptop, and just try to figure out how to land the two together. I don't know how to do that. So that way, maybe this crap with OBS stops. I doubt it. I'm really pessimistic on this one, folks, but yeah, OBS is just really being a pain. So, and the good thing is that'll also, if that would work, and getting it over to my laptop, running the stream through it, or running the sim into my laptop, however you want to, say it. Maybe that'll stop some of my issues where if I don't click on the sim window, I can't either activate the reverse thrust or use keys for the sim. The simple one, talk to ATC. That's the big one. So, but anyway, we'll do some testing and work that here soon. So, again, sorry for some of the Debbie Downer parts, but it's not, and BS for the last couple of weeks has really been pretty bad. A lot of different words that took a little bit of word choice there to not use what I really want. So, all right, so let's give it about another 5-10 minutes and we'll be ready for putting the information in for our descent. All right, folks, I just got away from the pit here for a bit, get away from all of this troubles with OBS. All right, so let's get this takeoff speed figured out. That's an easy one. Come over here again to this. Remember, we started here putting in our information, our 151 peeps, our fuel, and we got all our numbers to match up. Then we did our takeoff. Now we're going to use the landing performance, okay? Right now we're planning this runway. METAR not found. Yeah, we know that. Current conditions. How do you get current conditions if you can't find the METAR? Oh well, you know, some of the funny things we see in the flight sim world. We're going to go off of them though. 310 or 319 at 1. You know, that's called a calm wind. Unlimited, I'm assuming visibility. Scattered at 7,700. Scattered 15,000. 10, 12. So folks, we'll go with it. The only thing I need to check is brakes. Okay, so we're looking at a 13, and I forgot it's right here, and I'm going over to the chart. How silly. Just that kind of day, folks. Just kind of frazzled from OBS, as I have been for quite a while. All right, so 13,100 foot runway. All right, so I'm going to go ahead, use the brake low feature. I do want to add 5 knots here to our VAP, so whatever it computes, if you minus 5, that's the actual compute. All right. So 135 will be our approach speed. That's interesting, it doesn't give the actual landing speed. So, if we land like we're supposed to, folks, this is all we'll need. Worst case scenario here, and we still have 5,000 feet to go. Good. So the key, get her down to 135. Okay, we'll leave that up, head over here, come down, and we'll plug in our information here, utilizing what we just did. And you all just saw something. Didn't actually enter here. Okay, next phase. Next phase. Okay, so we're looking at 10, 12. Oh, no, wait a minute. This says 10, 12. Let's go with it 10, 12. Okay, temperature 23. 319, 1. So 319 diagonal 1. Alright, our transition level is correct. And all we need to do now is, with our charts, go back and find, do we want to use the baro, which is 1208, or the radio? Oh wait, we're C. I'm sorry. We're 1218. Here, let me show this. Oh, I just saw this, folks, so I want to show this to you. I did not interpret what I was reading. Okay, down here at the bottom, this is our ILS V24. Okay, different categories: A, B, C, D, A, B. We're C, so it's actually 1218 MSL and 220. So for our McDo, it's 1218 under baro, or we put 220 under radar. Both, folks, it's the same altitude. I know you're going, no, it's not. Yes, it is. The 1,200 foot one is above sea level. The 220 is actual physically above the ground beneath us. So I'm going to put in 1218. And what'll happen is when we reach 220, Okay, it's going to sound minimums, because they're one and the same. All right, folks, so we're in either a thunderstorm or in cirrus. That's not properly drawn, but hopefully that changes with the next version. All right, and our approach 134, LS, landing speed of 129, top of descent reached 4,500. Okay, we should be coming down. You see how that worked, folks? It told us top of descent, and all we had to do is dial it in, hit it. Granted, we should have done that earlier. We did not, and shame on us. And I'm going to go ahead and hold off the music now. All right, descent checks. Okay, we got the arrival set, the performance set, wind set. Actually, I can remember. There we go. Now we're up to date with the winds. Until they come up with their METARs, we're kind of in limbo, if you will. So, all right, folks, so we're on our way down. Now, I could push this out to see where that'll put us and see if we're descending on track. By the way, look, I don't know if that's actual rain or not ahead of us, but we are painting rain, folks. Like I said, you see what I mean? It's greenish. Little heavier slice here. It's not what we're used to with the yellows, the coloring that they do. And I don't know if that's possible with X-Plane 12 right now. Now, if you get active sky, you got the radar with active sky. But, well, actually, I don't know if X-Plane 12. I know Microsoft A Century of Flight did. I don't remember if I updated to FSX, if it had it or not. But anyway, I don't know if it does for here. So we're going to see if what the weather is reporting here true or not. So ultimately, though, folks, I hope you've enjoyed the flight. Even with the unknowing to you, to me, though, I saw the OBS issues. So currently, right now, it's not responding, just to give you an idea. But anyway, hope you've enjoyed the flight. I hope, you know, I noticed these African flights do get some viewership, so we'll keep them up. I've still got 10 to go, I think it is. I forget how many. Yeah, we're on 7 of, hang on, of 20. So we still got 13 flights after this to do, 12 flights to do. So, we end this tour with Millennium in Johannesburg. So, but again, hope you enjoy, folks, and thanks for flying with us. If you are new to the channel, we would love for you to smash that follow button and become, you know, a frequent flyer with us. We're not saying you're subscribing or giving money to the stream. We're just saying you want to know when we're going live. So when you click follow, every time I go live, you'll get a go live notification, as it's called, letting you know, hey, we're flying in this sim, this aircraft, this is where we're going to. And sometimes, folks, they come out of the blue. So, and I just decide, you know what, let's go up and try it. So, but anyway, want to thank you, and anyone out there that knows possibly how to set up OBS on like a laptop and run the sim to it and to OBS that way, hey, I'd love for you to hit us on our Discord channel. The invite just came up. And I'd love to talk with you and work myself through that. See if that cures some of this headaches that I'm having. And unfortunately, distractions to allowing you all to have a phenomenal day on the stream. You know, sitting back and relaxing, watching a flight. Like I said earlier, the good thing out of all of the headaches I've had, it hasn't made any extra videos out there that I know of. We'll find out at the end when I do a little bit of post work and getting things set up for the next flight. I'll know then if it did, but I haven't noticed any. Unlike the 747 flights of last week, we're going from New York to San Francisco, made our record 7 videos for us. Just to turn around and go from the Philippines to Kaitak, 5 videos were actually set up because it kept going up and down and up and down. So yeah, giving you what I go through here, folks, so that if you are knowledgeable, I would love to hear from you. Over at Discord's the greatest place, so please, would love to talk through it. All right, enough of that OBS malarkey crap. Let's deal with getting this plane in. And we are still set at 80 miles on the nav display. And are we at 8? No, I kept it at 40 there. So you can kind of see over here what the terrain looks like. It's pretty well flat out here, but we are at 900 feet when we get there close to 1,000. So, all right. Well, currently looking out the glass, it may not be, you know, we may have what the weather's saying. We'll find out here. Looks like we're about, ooh, we'll call it 60 miles out. How high up? Okay. Okay, we're going to have to go into an open descent. All right, what does that mean? Okay, right now we're traveling where the aircraft is working its way to managed. If we stay on this, we should make 4,500 feet, okay, at the prescribed location on our McDo. FMC for those of you that are in our flight management system, okay? They call it a multi-control display unit in Airbus lingo. And for the most part, we are on track for 4,500 feet at Biggle, I believe it's called. And I cannot overlay this chart, and it's really kind of useless too, because right now we just passed ULVAS, headed to Biggle, and then we're going to make a right turn, if not go direct, to XU-ski, and then join the localizer. I'm going to go ahead and turn those off for now. See if there's any airports nearby in case we need them. It does not appear so. Go ahead and dial down one level. Believe it or not, folks, there's a show out there. Right now it's on Quest. You can probably subscribe or watch them on YouTube. It's called Mayday. Couldn't tell you which one it was I watched yesterday. Watched a couple really good ones. For those of you that's ever seen it or interested in the Eastern Airlines Flight 401 crash, you'll just drop your jaw at all the problems. Not with the plane, with the crew. But then the creepiness that happened afterwards. Not investigative wise, but just with other Eastern Airlines flights down the road. There was a movie, and I'll give you a hint. It was called Ghosts of 401. Amazing, folks. But what I was getting at is one of the crashes happened because, and I think it was a DC-9 in and around Robbins Air Force Base. Back in the 70s, radar wasn't color like you see now with the oranges, the yellow, so pilots know, okay, we want to stay away from the orange, we can do the green. Well, it looked just like you see here, and you can't really tell what to avoid. That's why I'm kind of curious if there's a way to make this look right. May not be. And I couldn't tell you the title of that one to go look at, but that's one of the things that came out of that crash, was the way the radar presented to the pilots. That wasn't the actual cause of the mishap. It was with the engines, but very interesting, folks, indeed. Since it's raining, I don't care what the temperature is outside, on they go. But again, it's a really neat series, folks. It's been running for 10, 15 years, maybe longer. It's accident recreations, and it's not necessarily aircraft. I have seen them cover a couple of boat accidents. Not boat, I mean big ferry crashes that were in the Greek islands and Korean area, major ships, cruise lines. So it's anything that would display Mayday. And it's pretty interesting to watch how they unravel what happened. It's really, I mean, those are the kinds of things that just fascinate. I watched one on the Concorde once and my jaw just dropped at how they solved it. And other questions that spun out of it on top of the main, what they were trying to solve. Just those kinds of, that's the kind of TV I like. But anyway, let's try not having the Mayday investigators come out to this, and let's see what we can do. All right, according to the chart, it looks like this river right here, got a feeling our airport is right in here. So obviously we can't see it from it. Maybe at night we would have, but according to the chart, nothing's looking well. Funny story real quick with charts. X-Plane 11, I was flying Alaska, folks, with caravans and a King Air. And the one airport I go into, the airport on the map, you know, shows this location. X-Plane put it this location. If you were trying to fly that VFR, folks, that would never have worked. And I'm sure you've run into that with some of the other sims, that I don't know if that airport just, they change it. I can't remember, was it a grass strip or was it a hard strip? But anyway, it's just kind of funny, the difference, because nothing scenery-wise looked right. And I'm like, that's the runway. And sure enough, it was the right airport. All right, folks, here we go. You just got the notice. On we go with the lights. Maybe. Alright, I don't think we got rain, so we'll go ahead and turn them off now. We'll watch. If we get into that, we'll turn them back on. Alright, let's get ready for the arrival. Let's go LS. And constraints. LS, constraints. And I may drop to 20 here. Yeah, I am going to. Just so that we get a closer look at what we're doing. And guess what? We are going to do as I told you I would. Correct. The ILS. Okay. Now, one thing to talk about real quick here is on the perf page, you see this activate approach. If I activate it right now, actually I need to get speed brakes going. We're going to slow, show you the speed, to this speed right here. Okay, that's what it's going to slow us to. But if I take over speed, which I am going to do here, set it for like 2. I'm going to set it right now to green dot. Okay, and then with the speed brakes, go full with them. And at the same time, okay. We are descending to 3,500 feet. At 230, we can actually extend the leading edge flaps. I'm actually going to continue to slow down now to 180. 170. Okay, and let's go ahead and activate. Okay, so we're waiting on the localizer and glide slope to couple, and then we'll be heading in, folks. Again, I want to thank you for being a part of Flying with Mike. If you hit that follow button, you can follow us on our next adventures. Down at the bottom here on Twitch in the About, you can see our flight schedule for the next week or two.
2,500.
And that way you can join us. All right, let's get more focused on the arrival. Speed brakes in. And we'll go ahead and arm them.
2,000.
Distance out 11. I'm going to say I got the runway in sight, but that's a road.
$2,500.
2,500.
All right, we're going to go ahead now and begin slowing to 140. I take advantage as much as I can, folks, of straight and level flight. That's the easiest way for the plane to begin to slow. Get another layer of flaps in. Okay, let's set them up. And brake fans on. Okay, final checks. Okay, speed brakes arm, 230, we got flaps down, FCU set now to go around, which is 3,000, right? 3,500, perfect set. Runway in sight, gear down. Transit, auto brakes set, spoilers set, ECAM all green.
Gear down.
Flaps full.
$2,000.
Okay, everything green, cleared to land. Here we go. All right, we're going to try this. Ndjili traffic. EasyJet 572, short final, runway 24. Excuse me, folks. Plane's mine.
1,000.
1,000.
I got the pappies in sight now, so we'll transition to visual.
$500.
500.
$400.
400.
above.
$300.
300.
Minimum.
$200.
200.
Landing.
$100.
100.
50.
50.
40.
40. 30.
20.
Retard.
20.
10.
5.
10.
And welcome to the Congo. Going to hope the terminal is this way. Sorry, folks, I don't like using the word hope. Alright, let me switch charts here. And the Ndjili traffic EasyJet 572s off all runways taxiing to the terminal. Okay, looks like there are no jetways. So we'll just kind of work our way down here. Seatbelts, just making sure. It's off. Okay, after landing checks. Engine mode normal, flaps retract, radars off. And off down here. All right. Okay, we're gonna turn in here. Looks like we're going to be in stand 3. Brick set. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, so that did, okay, do that, alright. Alright, so, brake temp looks good. Terrain's off, brake temps are good, parking procedures, okay. APU available. Lights off. We need the APU bleed on. And welcome, like I said, folks, to the Congo. Hope you've enjoyed. We're going to go through a couple things here that I like to do on all flights and see how we did. Let's first get the flight filed. Wow, we had a bounce. We had to have, because that landing was not 50 feet a minute. I'll take it though. Woo! After that flight, we'll take it. Alright, that PIREP is on its way. Let's just do it that way, and it should be there. Profile. And it's being reviewed. Awesome. All right. Hope you liked that one there, Millennium Aviation. All right. I like that. That makes me feel a little better, folks. And again, still no ATC here. Alright, let me get some things closed up here to help us out. Get that page gone, this one gone as well. Oh, heck, sim brief on top of it. Alright, so let's bring in, first thing, I didn't see anyone out there, so I'm going to go ahead and disconnect. From there, because I always forget. Before the neat little trickery, not trickery, but the neat things we can do with X-Plane if it will let us. Oh wait, I don't have the beacon off yet. Alright. Should be all opened up out here. My engine's still running? They're zeroed. Alright, we're going to go ahead and throw the chocks in. There we go. Alright, now she's starting to show signs of life. Alright, so let's look at Sim Toolkit. I've got it up. Okay, landing rate 149. Definitely a bounce involved. Okay. We'll find it, hopefully. Alright, so you can see what we did. We just kind of veered off early and we took a vector from Victor. But now, one of the neat things you can do here with Sim Toolkit, and then we're going to show you even something more learning-wise with X-Plane 12. Okay, once you make sure the flight's finished, go to your logbook, find any of these flights you can do this with, but this is our last one. Go to View Details. Okay, this is a 2-hour, 55-minute flight. 1,000 miles. You got the gist of it here, right? Hit the full landing report. What this is going to show you is not only the metrics behind your landing, meaning, okay, threshold, or 2,300 feet from it, 8 feet to the right, and so forth through here, but it shows you, okay, which can really help. Threshold is right here where the blue dot is, but out in the real world it's this white line. This area may or may not be displaced threshold. Obviously this isn't. But from here to here is your landing zone, and that's generally where you're going to land. Now folks, you're on a 13,000 foot runway. You go long, you still got room to play with. However, to help you out, although it sure doesn't look that way, these should be spaced 500 foot 500 foot increments. Think of them, I know some of you out there are golfers. Think of it as a golfer once told me. Get a good caddy, he's going to know your course. That tree, that bush, that tree, that building is so far away from the pin. Oh, you ought to use a 4-wood on this, or a 3-iron, or a 9-iron. And that's how they judge distance. Well, here, it's these hash marks on the ground. 500 foot, it should be 1,000. It sure looks like it's wonky here. And this may not be a really good picture either from leaflet. All the way down to here. Now you can see where we touched down. Even I hit the line, folks. But this is where you aim for, these big pads that are on the runway. Visually easy to see. Now granted, coming out of a 200 foot overcast, you know, at minimums, may not see that, but you'll be able to land close to them if, you know. And then likewise, down at the other end, if you start seeing them, folks, you might want to start thinking about braking. Otherwise, you end up here. Always love looking at what airplanes they have. Wow, they got some pretty, some heavy flights that come in here. Wow. Okay. I'm impressed. This airport kind of a shock to me. I'm kind of liking this airport. All right, so we'll okay. But again, gives you a nice look at what you did. The best way to learn with X-Plane, folks, by far, let's get this bird all buttoned up. We'll do it from the plug-in. We goes. Want to first make sure everything pulls away. Plugins, Toliss, gone. All right, what we're going to try to do here, folks, is replay the flight. Now, with X-Plane, I can go all the way back. This comes, by the way, with X-Plane. X-Plane 11 has it, where you can replay, if you want, replay your flight all the way from the time you fired the sim and touch down at the gate where you're at all the way through your flight or anywhere along the way. Okay, and X-Plane 11, it's flawless. We're still kind of beta-ish here, so it sometimes works and sometimes crashes to desktop. All right, so let's give it a shot. Oh, got to go to View, Flight. And then back we go. All right, let me get some appropriate music.
$2,500.
And like I said, you can go anywhere in the flight you want to. And you can go forward, fast, back. Unlike some other sims where you got to download a product or app, I don't know if it's free or paid, and then start it. Here, it's running. So it doesn't matter. But again, in X-Plane 12, it could be a little problematic. But anyway, here we come, folks. Let's take a look. And this is where, of course, I took over. You saw the nudge. Wow, that looked pretty good to me. Let's take a look at it from the Hawker 125 cam. And like I said, a little long on the landing. Sorry, folks, that got a little loud in my ears. All right, let's watch it again as we come in from our passenger point of view. A solid thump into the airport wakes everybody up so we don't leave anyone on board. Let's look out the other side. Beautiful scenery here. How many of you remember A Century of Flight? What was the big thing touted there? animals moving about. How many of you flew the safari flight? I did several times. It was kind of cool, the introduction to animated animals, which brought bird strikes and all of that good fun stuff to us. Never had that, though. Let's see how well it looks this way. Slow motion. Nice approach, nice everything to this, folks. I want to say, wow. A little thump on the runway, but hey, we'll take it over some of the landings here in the past Airbus world. Folks, I really do want to thank you all for being a part of Flying with Mike today. If you're new to the channel, smash that follow button. Love to see you Tuesday or Wednesday on our next flight. For now, folks, I'm going to bid you farewell, and we'll bring it on back into the gate area here and button it up. So you all have a great rest of your Monday. We'll see you hopefully, God willing, come Wednesday, and see what kind of fun we can get into. The schedule is posted on Discord, and if you're here on the channel, look in the About area. You'll see the flight schedule as well. For now, God bless you all. You all have a great rest of your work week. For those that can't rejoin us, for those, we'll see you Wednesday. Good night.